Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 National Western Stock Show. You're in the Murdoch's Junior Barn, and today we are doing the Market Swine Show. As we bring in the first class of Berkshires, I want to introduce Dr. Clint Schwab, be our judge for the day. Dr. Schwab was the Vice President of Technology for AccuFast. He is presently the Vice President of Technology for AccuFast. Previously, he was the Vice President of Science and Technology for the Mashoffs. Before that, he's CEO of the National Swine Registry. He's judged national shows at Houston, San Antonio, Oklahoma, National Western, and several state fairs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, welcome Dr. Clint Schwab. Be with us all day long and this evening for our junior market swine. Again, everything will be placed to champion and reserve here today in this ring. The grand drive will be held in the stadium arena tonight, and we will start that at 6 o'clock. So if you want to see the grand drive, you're going to have to be in the stadium arena this evening at 6 o'clock. Just a reminder, the new building will be open next year, so this will be the last time that the swine will be shown in this ring and the last time that we will have the grand drive in the stadium arena. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again. And certainly this is we have to go back and think about when the last time I was here. It's been several years, but certainly looking forward to coming back to the National Western Stock Show, and certainly as we look through all of these and working through what I believe is going to be an exciting day, I hope all of you guys see it the same way. Our first class of the day, obviously Berkshires. We've got 2 rounds of these, and to start off with, it's nice when we can start off with a barrel like this one that sets the standard for the rest of the day, and it gets things kicked off really well. And I think when we talk about what's going to build quality throughout the entire day, just in terms of total body, build, balance, and power, I think the young lady on the far side has one that puts together a lot of really, really good things. Barrel here in second, and actually I think it's close between 2 and 3. We can let 3 out also. If you want to trade these up, you certainly can. I went to a bit more flexibility. This one's a little bit truer to my kind as we work through them, just in terms of how he goes off of either end of her skeleton. I think you get off the side of him, there's a bit more balance in that one from a quality perspective as well. No question, 3 has more muscle. You study this one as he goes from both ends. There's a lot of product in this one, but you watch him up front and how he's put together there. I don't read quite as much look there, but more importantly, as you get him in motion, he's just not as flexible as either of those 2 barrows on the upper end. Here we get into 4 is, I think, a really basic one, and one that in terms of design, flexibility, shape of muscle is built really good. He gets a little off in his ham-loin juncture, and I think one, just in terms of overall quality and balance, doesn't represent what we found, particularly in that class winner as we get up in the upper end. Here next in line in 5 is a really powerful one. I think in terms of foot, bone, just general robustness in this barrow. I like a lot of things about him. He gets a little more piecey for me, and when he goes away, a little bit more tangled up in how he handles those rear 2. But like I said, a fantastic set to start with. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back, please.
Hey, Doug, it's Mike. They're saying the judge's mic isn't high enough or loud enough or whatever, so whenever you can get here. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Who's writing down the places? Did you get places? I only have one. Riley Anderson won it, but who's writing down places? Results of Class 1 of the Berks. In 10th place, Gavin Pittington. 9th place, Barrett Burns. 8th went to Isabel Cruikshank. 7th place, Zane Thompson. 6th went to Colton Tatum. 5th place went to Reese Mayberry. 4th place, Carlina Tannen. 3rd went to Hannah Garcia. 2nd to Carter Schott, and he'll be coming back in for the champion drive. And the winner of Class 1 was Riley Anderson, and she'll be coming back in for the champion drive. Test 1, 2, test. So we need to bump it up a little. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test, 1, 2. Test, 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 1, 2. There we go. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
My compliments to all of the exhibitors here in this particular class. There's a lot more give and take here, and particularly as we get into the upper end of these, I personally, folks, as we work through this, I think these top two are relatively close, and I think when you look at them in terms of where you put your priorities, you can switch them up all the way through the top four if you'd like. But where we elect to start with on the far side is the really rugged, stout, good built one in terms of just a sheer power all the way through his skeleton. I'll be the first to admit I wish he went as smooth and flexible as the barrow here in second. He's a little tentative off of either end, but this one, guys, here is awfully opened up, really powerful, good foot, bone, levelness when you get off the side of him. Barrow here in second. He's not as open-centered. When he comes at you either direction, he's not as true and opened up at the ground as what you see in the barrow that we started with. But when he gets out and goes, I like his flexibility. I like his look and balance. Like I said, you can switch those two up if you prefer them a different way, but both of them very, very good in their own right. This one here in 3 gets a bit more piecey, represents pieces of what we see in 1 and 2. I don't read him with quite as much balance or eye appeal. Really powerful in the upper third of his skeleton. When you watch him go and how he gets to the ground, not as true and honest as what we find either in those upper end. Here as we get into 5 and rounding off our top 5, another one that's got a plenty of power and dimension. The upper third of his skeleton, I like his flexibility and how he goes in the ring. Just one that closes up more and more as he gets closer to the ground. Doesn't have quite as much eye appeal as what we see in that upper end. Good set again. I think awfully close there on the upper end. Let's give them a hand one more time as they head back, please.
Results of the second class of Berks. 10th place goes to Reese Sr. 9th, Logan Carlisle. 8th place, Cade Simpson. 7th went to Alexis Diaz. 6th, Grandin Warren. 5th place went to Lawson Ogle. 4th, Dally Dahl. 3rd, Alice Hawk. 2nd went to Addison Hodson, and the winner was Campbell Thomas. In the ring is a champion drive.
First off, my compliments to all the exhibitors. This first breed of the day, and I think we set the standard and got ourselves off to a really good pace. And frankly, as we get the 4 in here, our first and seconds from both of our 2 drives here in the Berkshires, I think a good set. As I've said before, we talked about them each in class, and a nice way to start off our show. I think a fantastic Berkshire show. I personally don't think it's that terribly close for your champion. I think it's a little closer for reserve, but ultimately, all 4 of these out here are awfully good. Before we talk about your champion, do me a favor, give all 4 of these and some of the other barrows that came through the class a round of applause. Like we talked about, I think, and just in terms of being true to my kind as we work through the day, there's one that we started our day off with that I think does that really, really well. The young lady with your barrow from your first class will be your champion. From your second class will be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Champion Burt goes to Riley Anderson. Reserve champion to Campbell Thomas. Next in is the class of Chester Whites. Chester's next in the ring. Family, work, pets, land. Murdoch's has you covered with jeans and boots, hardware and fencing, toys, tack, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would put your hands together for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
only a single drive here of the Chesters, but a fun group to work through. And I think actually these top three are all pretty good in their own right. And when you start to work through what's going to end up being your champion Chester, the young man's driving, in my view, is the combo of what we see, the value in 2 and 3. This one's bold in his skeleton. His build is right. He's open in the center part of his body, and he's true at the upper portion of his skeleton. And how he handles at the ground for that kind of power, he goes really, really well. I think puts together a nice package as your champion Chester. The young lady on the far side is your reserve champion, and I love the flexibility in this guy. I like how he reaches off of either end of his skeleton. I think when he picks how far back it is, when he picks up that rear leg is the best part about him. He actually, when you get right up close to him, is opened up fairly well. Just gets a little piecier in how he's put together from the side. I don't represent quite as much boldness in him all the way through and look is what we find in that champion. A little bit from the rear view, your third place Sparrow has an advantage. I think when you get behind this guy, he's impressive. He just doesn't go as good. I read him a little bit tighter right through the center part of his body. When you quality him up and total him up, I don't see quite as much total value in that one as what we see in those top two, but awfully close amongst these top three. Similar story here in 4. I think one that is awfully bold, really flexible in terms of his design, gets a little weaker in his top. I don't read him with quite as much balance and overall eye appeal as what we see there on the upper end. You want to switch 4 and 5, take a little bolder skeleton as he's coming at you, maybe a little better center body. You can do it here. He plays out a bit more as he goes away from me, and I don't read him quite as attractive when you get off the side of him. Again, a good group of Chesters all the way through. We talked to each one of these individuals, but please give them a hand as they head back, please.
First call, first call. Results of the Chesters in 10th place. Jacob Pennington, 11th or 9th place. Lily Cooper. 8th went to Cade Backman. 7th, Sam Jansen. 6th place went to Jager Collier. 5th place, Avery Mabry. 4th place, Adeline Pugh. 3rd went to Briley Wade. 2nd and reserve champion, Irelyn Klaus. And your champion, Chester, went to Tyler Hawk. In the ring is the first class of Durocs. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com. Let's congratulate these individuals who are being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
little more sort here as we work through our first class of Durocs. And if you watch these all the way through, there's a few different places where you can see that feet and legs in terms of one of the sorting criteria is a little more pronounced here in this particular drive. And even as we talk about the top three, but with our class winner, we don't have to give any compromises. I think this one puts a lot of pieces together, and as we compare him to primarily 2 and 3 in this case, that are the ones that are good looking from the side and bold in their skeleton. This is clearly the best built one. When you get off the side of him, I think how he's made in his top line, but most importantly, how he handles either end of his skeleton on the go is his primary advantages, and I think an easy place to start here in this particular class. Young Lady's Barrow in second, I think, is just as opened up. I think how he's made through his head, chest, and lower blade, how he's made in his upper third of his skeleton, just as good as what we've seen. You see, when you get him out in motion, when he picks it up behind, he's tighter on those rear two. I don't read him quite as flexible as what we see in that class winner. Similar story. Good-looking barrow here in third. I like the crisp, genuine edge that he has in the upper third of his skeleton. The barrow presents a good picture from the side, just a little more hesitant on those rear two, and I don't think handles them quite as secure as he hits the ground as what we find is particularly in those upper two. Here as we get into four, a good-looking barrow. I think a nice look to him from this side. Runs out of total power and muscle in relation to those top three, but a good look and one that I think holds his skeleton together on the move pretty well. Rounding off our top five, awfully stout, heavy structured, bold built kind of a barrow, but a little more piecey in how he's put together. We can all see when we get him out here, shorter in his bone work and doesn't handle either end of his skeleton quite as well. Good set again. Let's give him a hand as they head back, if you would, please.
Results of the first class of Durocs. In 10th place, Colby Yorgies. 9th place went to Gannon Jervis. 8th, Riley Spurlock. 7th place, Katie Butler. 6th place went to Stella Lyles. 5th place, Emily Wilson. 4th, Madeline Joseph. 3rd, Abby Beatty. 2nd place, Ellie Mae Wilkies. And the winner of the first class of Durocs, Mara White. In the ring is the second class of Durocs. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
really good set here all the way through, and as all the way work all the way through the 11 that were in this class, I think there's the level of quality here is a different story than what we found in the first class of the Durocs, and even not to take anything away from them, but when we get into the upper three here in this drive, I think they're awfully good. The young lady on the far side, I really like this barrow in terms of the pieces that he puts together, and especially what we started the day with and what is going to be prioritized. He floats, he's good looking, he's open in his skeleton, and he's one that has a ton of shape and dimension to him. I think we could talk a long time about the pieces he puts together. Barrow here in second, similar type and kind when you get off the side of him, not near as much power, in my view, at the ground, and especially when you get right up on top of him in the upper third of his skeleton. But I like what he's put together in terms of how he handles either end of his skeleton, his center body shape. You match these two barrows together in terms of look from the side, and I think they fit together really well. Here as we get into third, there's more genuine shape. There's more genuine muscle and potentially a bit more openness to the skeleton in this gilt here in comparison to the barrow in second. She's tighter through the center part of her body. You see her when she gets out in motion. She's a little bit more hesitant off of either end, and that's why she sits in the spot she's in. Barrow coming out next, not as much muscle, a little bit more piecier in how he's built, but has a lot of good to him in terms of flexibility, how he's made through the center part of his body. Rounding off our top five, I think an awfully powerful one that's really good in terms of his shape to his top. He's a little tighter in terms of how he's made off of either end, but most importantly, as he goes away, not as much power as what we see in those top four. Again, a really good class all the way through. Let's give them a hand one more time as they head back to their pens, please.
Results of second class of Durocs. 10th place, Traley Foland. 9th place went to Oakley Vetter. 8th, Alib Sims. 7th, Addison Hodson. 6th place, Sydney Weichert. 5th place went to Avery Mayberry. 4th, Hailey Hunter. 3rd place, Emma Massey. 2nd went to Helen Dudley, and the winner was Gentry Locke. First and second will come back in for the grand drive, or excuse me, the champion drive, which will be right after this class. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues. January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more information, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, congratulate those that are exiting the ring at this time. Thank you. Take your clipping and fitting skills to the next level with the eMerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today.
My compliments to both of these young ladies here in the center of the ring. This is a good pair of Duroc barrows, and actually some give and take between the two. But what I like the most about them, especially as you relate them amongst the group that we're working through here, is they're powerful, they're built right, they're flexible, and they got lots of muscle all the way through them, and that's where they separate, in my opinion, from the rest of the pack. And I think from there it gets a little bit more close and some give and take between the two. We've elected to start on the far side of the ring here, and I think there's just a bit more oomph in this barrow, in particular how he hits the ground off of either ends of his skeleton. I read him just a little bit bigger in his foot, in his bone, his center body, but most importantly, the shape that he has in the upper third of his skeleton is his edge over the barrow that we have in second. Barrow here in second, not to take anything away from him. This guy's stout. This guy's built really good when you get off the side of him. He's a bit plainer down his top, and especially as he goes away, I don't read him with quite as much total power as I've alluded to in that class winner. Similar story here in 3. Fits the mold in terms of just sheer build, flexibility, how he's made from the side. He wants to go away from you a little bit closer at the ground. He's obviously plainer wherever you look at him in relation to those top 2 as well. Here we get into 4, and I like the shape. I like the extension in this barrel. I like how elevated is he up through his front end and genuine he is in his build. He's a little tighter right to the center part of his body, and I don't read him quite as robust in his skeleton or as he goes away in relation to some of the others. Rounding off our top 5, a good meat and potatoes barrow, as I would call him. I think in terms of just how the pieces that he represents, not as much totals in terms of shape and muscle as what we see there on the upper end. Great set all the way through for our final class of Durocs. Again, if you would, give them a hand as they head back, please.
Results of Class 3 of the Durocs. 10th place, Allison Plum. 9th place, Tyler Shaw. 8th, Hudson Etheridge. 7th, Stella Lyles. 6th place, Johnny Ann McDonald. 5th place went to Reed Dorman. 4th, Cooper Lemons. 3rd place, Lexi York. 2nd, Lily Willis. And 1st, Rylan Kimball. 1st and 2nd of each of the classes will come back in for the champion drive. Entering the ring are just the first place animals of each of the 3 classes of Durocs. First place animals of each of the 3 classes of Durocs entering the ring.
First of all, if you would, put your hands together for your exhibitors and your Duroc drive. I think that's an awesome show all the way through. It's exciting when you can get to the upper end of these, and particularly each one of your class winners here in the ring. I'm proud for the National Western on what's come to the ring here for the champion drive, and I think amongst these three bears, they represent their classes awfully well. They, most important, what I'm trying to do throughout the day, they fit my kind, each one of them in each one of their individual classes, and we've tried to prioritize, and we'll continue throughout the rest of the day, and just making sure that the build is right, the center body is put into them right way, they balance, and they have power along with it, and you can say that about each one of these three barrows as you talk through them. There's some give and take between them, and I think there's probably each one of them has a favorite ringside, I'm sure, as you work through them, but you get out here, the one that puts the most good together for me, I think all the way through his individual class, and particularly his extras he brings in terms of quality and just sheer look with the power he has, this young lady right here has your champion. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Champion Duroc goes to Gentry Locke. Gentry Locke is your champion Duroc.
Second place barrow from that drive comes in and fits amongst the group really well. I think it complements the entire breed and how deep each some of these classes were. For me, it was close for your champion. I think that you can go a lot of different ways. We talked about those three barrows, and this one here, if we could just make him just a little bit better out of his hip where his tail head is, I think you could push him easily and justify him for champion. I think still close there, but this heavyweight barrow will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion is Riley Kimball. Reserve champion Duroc, Riley Kimball. Next in the ring is the first class of Hampshire. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. At Murdoch's, save on the essentials you need, like jeans, boots, hardware, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com.
So we work through each of the classes. It's interesting how they sort out at times. And actually, in this group, there's a group of 3 of them that separate themselves, and in my opinion, sort themselves to the top. But from there, I think we have an easy class winner. The young lady here, out here, I think in terms of just totals, this is the power hog. This is honestly the flexible one of the top 3. And study this one all the way through his skeleton. This one's got a ton of dimension to him. Puts it together with a good look. All the things we've been talking about in the upper end of those barrows and in some of these competitive classes. Young man on the far side has your second place barrow. In my view, represents and follows suit from a total dimension standpoint to that class winner the best. He's a little bit more tentative off of either end of his skeleton. We can all see that as he gets out here and goes, but fits the mold from a total power and dimension standpoint fairly well. Barrow in third, gets underneath himself when he gets out and moves in here, and I'd like to fix that about how he handles those rear legs, but his openness to his skeleton, his center body, might give him a shot, more genuine shape all the way through him, but I think, like I mentioned, fits in the top three here awfully well. Barrow in four comes out and gets a little bit more PC, a little frailer in his makeup, but I don't think represents quite as much total dimension in him as what we see in those top three, but a good build. I think really good right there through the center part of his body. Rounding off our top five, I like the extra extension in this guy. He's clean. He's extended up ahead of his blade, just a little tighter wherever you look at him, whether it's his rib shape or how he handles either end of his skeleton in relation to the upper end. Good set to start off our Hampshire show. Let's give him a round of applause if you would, please.
Results of Class 1 of the Hampshires. 8th place went to Santos Oliveras. 7th place, Leighton Hopkins. 6th place, Brady Watts. 5th went to Charles Davis. 4th, Avon Harland. 3rd place, Jenna Locke. 2nd, and come back in for the champion drive, Tate Mikas. And 1st, and will also come back in for the champion drive, Mackenzie Rigney. Entering the ring is Class 2 of the Hamps. Class 2 of the Hamps. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms America lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American lamb at your favorite restaurant.
Nice pair of them here on the upper end, and I'm sure that there's some give and take, particularly ringside as you look through these, because you can justify a different direction if you'd like to go to. And, you know, if we work through it and think about some of the ones that we've used throughout the course of the day, and the barrel here, the young lady's driving close to me, best fits that representation in terms of just the build that he has, how he's put together from end to end. I just reach off of either end. But his advantage, in my opinion, particularly in relation to the barrel that we start with, is his balance. And it comes together in how he hooks into his hip, how he handles himself out of those rear two. Barrel here in second, you can look at him, and there's a ton of power in this guy, and you get right up on him. Great shape to his upper third of his skeleton. He's a little bit off in his hip. You watch him go away, he's on those outside toes, and I don't think quite as true and genuine at the ground. Here as we get into three, this is a rugged one, really heavy structured. I like his extra extension and length of body to him and tons of power. You read through the hair here and you get right up on him. He's a little drier right through the center part of his body. I don't read him quite as attractive as what we find. Similar story in four. I think a really good look to this barrel. He's a little flatter right through the center part of his body, but most importantly in this guy, how he handles those rear two. He bows them out from behind. Like to fix that from a flexibility standpoint to make him a bit more competitive. Here we get a rounding off our top five. A genuinely, I think, a good built one. I like to see him handle either end of his skeleton with a little bit more flexibility, but a ton of power and dimension all the way through him, and I think fits amongst those top five relatively well. Congratulations to everybody. Let's give them one more hand as they head back, if you would, please.
Results of Class 2 of the Hamps. 10th place, Lindsay N. Sessom. 9th place, Kennedy Kidd. 8th place. Seventh place, Emma Hacker. 6th place, Jenna Locke. 5th place, Tyler Shaw. 4th place, Maddox Rogers. 3rd went to Sam Jensen. 2nd, and they'll come back for Champion Drive, Madison Brindley. And 1st was Harley Mabry.
Two classes of Hampshires, as you guys have watched, and I think where we've landed here on the upper end of them, particularly the top two, the here from each of those two drives, I think we've got a good good set put together, in my opinion. I think just in terms of the fundamentals, they represent them well. It's been a little tougher working through the sword in these two classes, and just in terms of total flexibility, but very pleased with these four that we have out here. Before we talk about your champion or reserve, I'd ask that you give these four in particular a round of applause for getting to this stage. I think it's an awfully good set of picks. And frankly, I think it's close for champion and reserve. I think there's two in contention. I think you can switch them if you want, and depending on where you put your priorities. And each one of those two class winners, I think, both bring different pieces to the table. I think how you sort them in terms of where you put your emphasis will determine which one's the best one in your opinion. But I think when you can say they're equal, and particularly in terms of flexibility and build, and you get that extra power in that lightweight barrel, we're going to use the lightweight for your champion. The heavyweight will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Hamp goes to Mackenzie Rigney. Your reserve champion goes to Harley Mabry. Next in will be the Landrace. Next in will be Landrace. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues. January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agriculture equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more information, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Interesting set here, all the way through them. Actually, there's pieces and parts all the way through. We talk about them down to number 10. I think there's some good pieces here in each one of these hogs and some give and take, and particularly as we work through the upper end. And these top two, I think, are close. I think you can take them either way, depending on where you put your priorities. But for me, it's kind, and it's just sheer build and flexibility. That's the edge to this guy here. You get right up on him. He's just as opened up. He's just as powerful as any of the barrows in class. He just represents a more flexible, looser and more pliable skeleton, in my opinion, relative to this barrow in second. Now, you study him at their ground, and the engine this guy has, I think, is his class advantage. You get studying him all the way through his skeleton. There's a bit more power, probably, particularly in terms of shape, just a little bit more tentative off of either end of his skeleton. Like to see him go a bit better. to get the edge, in my opinion, over that barrow that wins the class. Here in 3, this barrow is a little bit more tentative off of either end of his skeleton, a little bit more tangled up at the ground in terms of how he hits the ground off of either end. I love his center body. I like his look. Just like to give him a bit more flexibility and more coordination off of either end. Here as we work through him, another really good kind. I call this one a meat and potatoes kind of a barrow that just needs to handle that rear leg a bit better to work up in class, but lots of body. Just could use a little bit more shape there in the upper third of his skeleton as well. Rounding off our top 5, a good build in this barrow. I think tall-fronted, good shape to his top, and probably an advantage over the barrow we just talked about. Need to open him up in his skeleton relative to those top 3 to run any higher. But a good set all the way through. Let's give all of them, if you would, a round of applause as they head back, please.
Results of the Landrace class. In 10th place, Hannah Davis. 9th went to Clara Kowalski. 8th place, Kellen Merkel. 7th went to Cora Ford. 6th place, Janice Smith. 5th place, Ella Burns. 4th place went to Lanny Watts. 3rd to Peyton Foster. 2nd and reserve champion goes to Braxton Burr. And 1st and champion, Dallas Martinez. Next in the ring is the first class OPBs. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
interesting lineup here amongst the top three here. I think there's some, each of them brings some different pieces of the table, and I believe the barrel here that we're going to start with is the combo hog. I think in terms of flexibility and looseness of skeleton that we'll talk about in the barrel in third, and the muscle that we find in two, this one's the combo. I'd like to see him a little bigger footed, heavier structured, but all the other things, flexibility and build, all those things that we've talked about throughout the day, I think resembles those pieces the best amongst these top three. There's no question the power barrel here is in second. This one comes at you and goes away. I think there's his class advantage. We can all see when he gets out here, he's a little bit more tentative on those rear two. Just need him to reach a bit farther to move him up and win this particular drive for me. Here in three, I think a little heavier structured barrel, and obviously goes better on those rear two. If you want to switch those two based on that feature, you certainly can. He's a little easier in his top, not quite as expressive when you get in the upper third, and a one that just doesn't have quite as much balance and eye appeal is what I see in those top two. Now, we do find a bit more attractiveness look, and I believe some balance in the gilt here in four, just not as much totals. I don't believe in terms of total dimension of muscle, particularly right through the center part of her body. I don't read her quite as open as well. But nice set all the way through the seven we worked through. Let's give them a round of applause one more time as they head back, please.
Results of Class 1 of OPBs. In seventh place, Piper Bullock. Sixth went to Eileen Klaus. Fifth place, Frida Diaz. Fourth, Lana Lesher. Third place, Cameron Gratz. Second, and will come back in for Champion Drive, Krista Perry. First, and will also come back in for Champion Drive, Tate Micus. Entering the ring is Class 2 of the OPBs. Class 2 of the OPBs entering the ring. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck.
top 4, 5, and even we can take a step down. In the top 5 in particular in this class are all pretty good. And I think when you work through the top 3, and especially this class winner here in the young ladies drive, and I think puts some awfully good pieces. And we'll combine some things amongst the top 3, but this one not only has the flexibility advantage, but brings the extras along with it in terms of just width and stoutness in that Barrow's skeleton. I think, like we've talked about, a lot of good pieces in that one. Barrow here in second, great look to him when you get off the side of him. Probably some advantages in how he's made in his top line up ahead of his blade in relation to that Barrow that wins the class. You watch him go, he's more tentative on those rear 2. He's not as open right through the center part of his body to go with it as well. Barrow here in 3, I could slide up a spot if he could handle those rear 2 a bit better. He's just too tentative for me there, but a little bit more heavy to structure. I think when you get in the upper third of this guy's skeleton is where he excels, in my opinion. Just like we've talked about, I just need him to go on those rear 2. 4 is a basic hog, and one that in terms of look and balance really represents what we're looking for in this Barrow. Gets a little frailer in his mouth. You watch this one as he hits the ground, not quite as true and genuine at this base as what we find in some of the upper end. 5 here, this one we'll talk about, just needs to handle that rear leg a bit better, but fits the mold amongst this upper end in terms of square and his features and good look as we get off of the side of him. Like we said, our second class of OPBs and a good set here on the upper end. Let's give him a hand one more time, please.
Results of Class 2 of the OPBs. 8th place, 9th place, Ophelia Burns. 8th, Brecken Sheets. 7th, Cade Ray. 6th place went to Wynn West. 5th, Ashlyn Johnson. 4th, Cora Ford. 3rd place, Alan Raff. 2nd will come back in for the champion drive, Nolan Schott. And 1st and will also come back in for the champion drive, Abby Beatty. Ready to try a delicious change? Serve your family American lamb from Superior Farms. There are so many ways to enjoy lamb with the easy recipes at superiorfarms.com.
Obviously not as many in this particular division, but the upper end of them wouldn't say that. I think these 4 Tamworth Barrows out here, I think all relatively good. I think the pieces together awfully well as we work through them. And we'll talk about your champion reserve here briefly, but if you would, this is a nice set of 4 Barrows. Let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a round of applause. I think very well deserving for this particular division. I think the decision has been made actually as we work through the classes in terms of your champion reserve, and I'm awfully impressed with the 2 that come from that heavyweight division. I think they both represent your champion reserve really well, so please join me in congratulating your champion reserve from that second class, both from the same class. Congratulations.
Champion OPB goes to Abby Beatty, and your reserve champion goes to Nolan Schott. Next in the ring is the Polans. Polans are next in the ring. Weaver Livestock is committing to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
Fun class to sort through here, and especially as we get through the top, what's 6 in this particular drive that we redrove one more time. I think there's lots of give and take and some pieces we can work with, but in particular, your top 2, I think, are awfully good. The barrow that we win the class with is the Totals barrow, in my opinion, and particularly if you how he handles himself, how he hooks into his blade and up in his upper hip from hooks to pins. I think he's leveler. I think he's better in terms of how he extends himself up front and ties into the top of his blade, just from a balance standpoint, along with the flexibility. And this guy goes away. He's awfully powerful when you get behind him. The barrow here in second, I think really good, genuine shape in the upper third of his skeleton for as much power as he has. Flexibility-wise, he's really good. Has a bit more of that unnecessary meat right on the top of his neck, and I just like to level him up in his hip just a skosh from a total quality standpoint. You get off the side of him. Barrow in third, I think in terms of sheer total dimension and power, if you want to switch these, you can, I think, based upon that. For me, I just need to extend him up front, give him a bit more look from the side of him to make him more competitive, particularly amongst that upper end. Here as we work through 4 and 5, I think we talked about some of these kind of barrows along the way. I think this barrow here, just a little bit more tentative and drier right through the center part of his body, but has some good pieces. And rounding off our top 5, a really practical barrow, maybe a little looser in terms of uncoordinated in how he handles this skeleton, not as much meat and total dimension in him. But good set once again. Let's give him a hand one more time, please.
Results of the Polands. In 10th place, Carson Dillard. 9th went to Waverly Millard. 8th place was Emery Chamberlain. 7th went to Reese Huffaker. 6th place, Madeline Lindley. 5th place, Paige Schulte. 4th went to Jagger Collier. 3rd, Audrey Davis. 2nd, and your reserve champion, Mara White. And 1st, and your champion, Dally Dahl. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Take your clipping fitting skills to the next level with the Emerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today.
in my view, this pair here out in the center of the ring is close, and I don't think either one of them runs away with it very easily. I think there's places you'd tweak about each one of these two barrows if you were going to have your handle in this particular drive. We elected to start here, and in my view, he's the totals barrow. I think particularly for as much mass and dimension as that barrow has, super heavy structured, and he's flexible and how he handles either end of his skeleton, one of the bigger sort pieces as we work through this particular class. But that's the things that I like the most about him, and I think when you put those pieces together is the totals and I think the quality barrel. This guy here is a bit more extended up ahead of his blade. His extra length to his bonework, in my view, I appreciate myself. He's a little more off of both ends of his skeleton. You get right up on him, he's not as opened up quite as much as that barrow that we start the drive off with. Here's a really bold centered one. I think it has a good look to him. When you get right behind him, he's where his disadvantage is amongst these top three. He plays out a bit more there, and like we're going to talk about as we get through these top five, starts to be the ones that's a bit more tentative off of either end of the skeleton. Here's an interesting one. I think in terms of just bone, foot size, the way that he puts together his skeleton from just a sheer mass standpoint, that one's not flexible enough for me to run on the upper end of the skeleton. Just need to fix him there and make him more competitive. Rounding off this upper end here is a good basic type of a barrow that gets a bit more uncoordinated on those rear two, but has lots of other good pieces in terms of look and center body. Nice set all the way through. Again, if you would, let's give them a hand as they exit, please.
Results in the spots. 10th place goes to Raina Rawls. 9th place, Madison Lapp. 8th place, Sydney Weichert. 7th place went to Colton Hermes. 6th place, Cheyenne Van Brunt. 5th went to John Hagen Heisey. 4th place, Riley Anderson. 3rd place, Nolan Schott. 2nd, and your reserve champion, Zach Wetter. 1st and champion, Rhett Forkner. In the ring is the first class of Yorks. First class of Yorks in the ring. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
interesting one here on the upper end, and a bit more challenging from my view amongst these top four in this particular drive. And I think some give and take as we work through them, each of which, and you'll hear me as we work through them, I'd like to see changes on each one of them, and even our class winner in this case, I'd like to see him just a bit looser off of either end of his skeleton, but this is the power hog. This is the one that when he gets out and goes at you, the biggest motor in him, right through the center part of his body is where he's the most expansive. In particular, in relation to the barrow in second, his view from behind is a lot more powerful, and particularly how he hits the ground, extra bone and foot size to go along with it. If you like the top line, if you like the extra look in the barrow in second and want to switch those top two, I think you can do that and justify it fairly easily. For me, plays out a bit more in his skeleton, particularly as he goes away and doesn't have quite as much total dimension. Here, this barrow here is another one that gets a little tighter off of his rear two, wants to dry up a bit more right through the center part of his body, but in general fits the mold amongst those top three, I think, fairly well. Here's a really basic barrow, and I like the extra flexibility, the looseness in his kind, but here we're running into one that on the upper third of his skeleton just runs out of power amongst the upper end here. We've talked to each one of these other individuals, nice set all the way through. Again, like I've mentioned, tight decisions there on the upper end, but let's give them a hand one more time as they head back to their pens. Good job.
Results of the first class of Yorks. 8th place, Abram Wales. 7th place, Hunter Hubbard. 6th, Chayton McCurley. 5th place, Keenan Mingus. 4th place went to Bexley McGill. 3rd went to Emily Wilson. 2nd, and you will return for the champion drive, was Braxton Burr. And 1st, and you will also return for the champion drive, Callan Smith.
Nice set here in the upper end. And I actually, in my opinion, I think we have one that wins the class fairly handily in the young man sparrow on the far side. And what I like about him is, frankly, when we get talking about 2 and 3, I think he puts them together. Not only is he the power hog in here that's the most flexible amongst these top 3, but he's also the one that most opened up right through the center body. And truthfully, he has the look and eye appeal of the barrow in second. He has the power and the muscularity that we'll talk about in 3. So we've alluded to the barrow in second, great look to him, just plays out a bit more, and you get right up on him. There's not as much hug there in terms of total dimension and muscle all the way through his skeleton. Barrow in 3 gets a little more piecey in his top line. I don't read him tying into his ham-loin juncture up ahead of his blade near as good as what we have in those top 2, but you can certainly take his extra muscle and power and tie on to it if you want to. Here in 4 is a barrow that I think has a lot of good pieces to him in terms of shape and dimension. He gets a little bit more tentative off those rear 2 also, but you compare him from up all the way through his skeleton, just runs out of power in relation to that top 3. Good set once again. Let's give them all a hand one more time as they walk through, please.
Results of the second class of Yorks. 8th place, Laney Har. 7th place, Gertie Dudley. 6th went to Caitlin Sinclair. 5th, Kinley Crone. 4th place, Lexi York. 3rd went to Blaze Davis. 2nd, and will be in the ring for the champion drive, Bexley McGill. And 1st, and will also be in the ring for the champion drive, Maddox Rogers. In the ring, the champion drive of York. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for more information on career opportunities.
Working through your purebred divisions today in the last round of them, and I think the same story applies here as we work through these. Maybe the most challenging set from my view as we work through them, maybe a little bit more give and take through each one of them, but landed on a set of 4 of them that I think put together some really good pieces. Before we talk about your champion reserve, I think each one of these 4 out here into the ring deserve a round of applause. I think it's a good set. We've got to this point, and it wasn't easy when we get to the top 4 in your Yorkshire drive. Like some of the other divisions we've had throughout the day, I think there's the upper end of them. We've tried to keep them right in terms of their build and their skeleton, but keep them open in their center body and make them true to the ground. but most importantly, keep them flexible. And as we work through these, I think that's what starts to sort these as we work through them. In my view, when we get all four of them out here, I think we've made our toughest decision as we work through them. Please join me in congratulating your first and second from that heavyweight class. Will be your champion of reserve. Congratulations.
Champion York goes to Maddox Rogers, your reserve champion, Bexley McGill. We're going to take a quick break. We'll jump right into the crossbreds. Entering the ring is the first class of Crossbreds. First class of Crossbreds entering the ring at this time. Sullivan Supply is a family owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
Really nice way to start off our Crossbred show, and all the way through this drive, all the way down into the ones that get into pens. I think we can talk a lot about a lot of good pieces of each one of them. And top three is interesting. And you talk about even we work through your top two. This barrow that wins the class, in my opinion, I think does so relatively handily. First of all, he floats in his flexibility, his design, and he keeps the same plane of motion when he does so. He's just built right. He's flexible and a ton of power all the way through him. But when you compare him directly to the barrow that's in here in second, where his biggest advantage is right into his forearm and his lower body shape and how he holds together his top line, in my opinion, when you get him out in motion. Not to take anything away from this young man's barrow here in second. Great look to him from behind. Great look to him from the side and his extension up ahead of his blade. You watch him as he goes away. He's a little bit outside of his skeleton. And for me, I'd like to open him up in his forerib just to give him a shot more oomph there in relation to that class winner. Barrow in third is more tentative off of either end of his skeleton. That's the primary place I'd like to change him, but great look. And I think this spotted up barrow has a great shape to his top, fits amongst the top three really well. Barrow here rounding our top four. Good center body, perhaps better than what we've talked about in a couple ahead of him. Just a little more piecey in how he's made. You can see he doesn't pull it all the way forward and drive off those rear two like I'd like him to, and it shows us how he handles his top line when you get him in motion. Good set. We've talked to the rest of the individuals all the way through, but again, nice way to start off our crossbred division. Let's give them a hand as they head back.
Results of Class 1 in the Crossbred. In 10th place, Ella Harrison. 9th went to Lana Lesher. 8th, Marissa Rawls. 7th place, Tucker Trumbull. 6th place, Campbell Thomas. 5th, Gavin Pennington. 4th place, Hunter Hubbard. 3rd went to Lily Cooper. 2nd, and will return for Champion Drive, is Hank Wetter. And 1st, and will also return for Champion Drive, Rylan Cowan. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
My, my compliments. My compliments to all the exhibitors here in this drive. I think we work to the upper end. It's a good set all the way through. And with that said, in my opinion, the barrel on the far side, I think he wins it. You fairly handily. I think in terms of just sheer flexibility and the reach on either end of his skeleton, but he combines that with muscle and width and boldness to his skeleton all the way through. And we'll talk about some places in relation to 2 and 3. He's even better looking. So when you put it all together, the total, the quality barrow, in my opinion, I think from my view, the decision there on the upper end is easier than what we see here between 2 and 3. 2 and 3, if you want to switch them, I'm not hard set one way or the other between these two barrows. I think you can justify both ways. I elected to go with the barrow that's here closest to me in second, mainly because he's a bit more genuine in his shape and his muscle all the way through him. I think there's more total substance in this barrow from a muscle standpoint. I'd like to fix him in his hip and how he's made there, how he ties into the top of his shoulder up front. But those are nitpicky things in an awfully muscular barrow that I think is very flexible, well designed as well. The barrow in third, if he would hit the ground from behind a bit more secure than what he does, I could probably bump him up a spot. He gets a bit outside of his skeleton, not as secure, and as you can see, doesn't reach off those rear two as well. Awesome center body, great look to him as we go. Same story with the barrow in fourth. This spotted up barrow is probably as good looking as any of them we see off the, you get off the side view of him. He's more tentative off of either end of his skeleton. You get outside of his skeleton, just made from a build standpoint, not as good as those top three. Again, a great set all the way through as we work through your cross drive. Let's give them a hand one more time as they head back, please.
Results of Class 2. In 10th place, Maddie Carroll. 9th went to Brooke Vaughn. 8th, Gertie Dudley. 7th place, Bailey Holsey. 6th place, Zach Vaughn. 5th, Michael Diaz. 4th place, Gaston Munson. 3rd went to Ray Mabry. 2nd to Colton Tatum. And the winner of Class 2 was Charles Davis. Superior Farms is committed to the care of the flock. Our employee owners believe good things come from putting the flock first. Get the story at superiorfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together as these exhibitors are excused from the show ring. Thank you.
my congratulations all the way through this class. And, we talked about, I even talked to the young lady in sixth here and said, I think this is clearly the best sixth place barrel that we've seen throughout the day. And I think as we work through the upper end of these classes, they're getting deeper. And I think it shows here in these top two in particular. We'll talk about 3 and 4 and talk about a lot of good things about each one of them. But these two here in the middle of the ring are for real, in my opinion. And I think they put together some really good pieces that I've tried to advertise and make important as we work through the day. This barrel we're starting off with, I love how he floats, and it's amazing to me how much power we can stack in one, how much center body dimension we can put together in one and keep the look and the flexibility that we have in this guy. I'm just really impressed with the total dimension, and I'm as much of a proponent as the extras as any of them, but not when you have to give up the basics, and you don't have to give up the basics on this one. And young lady that's in second here, not to take anything away from this one, in my opinion, is how they need to be made in their top line. This is how they need to hold themselves together when they move, and the reach that this guy has. He puts together an awesome picture when you get off the side of him. You get right up on these two. There's just not as much meat and potatoes in having that class winner. Here in third is a nice barrel. Again, fits amongst these top three really good. He plays out a bit more. I don't know if there's just as much hog in him as what we see in the other two, but most importantly, you get on those rear two, he's a bit more tentative. Here in 4, stout, really genuine shape in the barrel. This one up in the upper third of his skeleton. Where he gets into 4th, in my view, when we get him out here, is how he handles those rear two, just a little shorter in his hip, and it translates to his stride when he goes away. But we talked to each one of the rest of them. My congratulations all the way through. Let's give them a hand one more time, please.
Results of Class 3 of the Crossbreds. In 10th place, Aiden Pennington. 9th place, Haley Lesher. 8th place, Madeline Joseph. 7th place went to Kaysen Profit. 6th, Anna Schlegel. 5th place, Zach Vaughn. 4th, Josie Felton. 3rd went to Carter Schott. 2nd, Helen Dudley. And 1st place went to Kyla Cortez. Next in is Class 4 of the Crossbreds. Class 4 of the Crossbreds entering the ring. We will have Division I championship conclusion of this class. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors leaving the ring at this time. Thank you. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agriculture equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com.
believe this is the last class here in our first division, and I think we're rounding off those classes relatively well. And up here and here, I think we'll talk about top 3 or 4 in this drive. I think that are all pretty salty, in my opinion. The top 2 are awfully close. I don't know that we have that solid winner, in my opinion, between these 2. And throughout the course of the drive, I've probably had them flipped both ways several different times. But I am confident as we go through this. The spotted up barrow here is where we elect to start the class with. I read him just a bit more rugged, and I read him looser in his skeleton. So you get him out here and you watch him, when he picks it up behind, it's further behind him, and you get off the side of him and study that barrow's look. I think he puts together some really good pieces. Now, I'd like to change both of these barrows in the same place. Both of them, I'd like to see them a little bit more secure on those rear 2 as they go away, but the longer they drive, this barrow in second, it becomes more and more pronounced as he goes. Just doesn't have quite as much flex and reach off of those rear 2 as what we see in that class winner. In third, here we're getting a little tighter, a little piecier package in my view. I think one that just doesn't balance up quite as well, but you get on this gilt and you study how she's made from a total dimension standpoint, awfully impressive all the way through. Here we get into a 4. I think a really good look to this barrow, maybe a little drier right to the center part of his body. Doesn't read with as much total substance all the way through him as what we see maybe in those top 3. A good one, in my opinion, as we get through them and we work through in terms of total look. Talk to this young man in 5, gets a little more compact and tighter in how he goes, but fits there very well from a muscle standpoint, and good set all the way through. Like we've done before, please do me a favor and let's give them all a hand as they head back. Nice class all the way through.
Next in the ring is Division I Champion Drive. Results of class number 4. In 10th place, Landon Charles. In 9th place, Brinley O'Brien. 8th place went to Sonora Imhoff. 7th place, Hayden Hubbard. 6th went to Zane Thompson. 5th place, Jackson Hodson. 4th place, Hudson Etheridge. 3rd, Emma Massey. 2nd went to Gentry Askew, and the winner of Class 4 was Landon Charles. First and second will come of classes 1 through 4 will come in now for the division champion. Division I Champion Drive in the ring next.
if you would, let's start off by giving all four of these exhibitors and the four that are behind them a round of applause. I think really, really nice set. And, you know, as you're in my position, a lot of times I know that there's ringside, there's personal preferences, how you may line up one thing or another throughout each one of the classes, or particular when you get into the champion drives of these, and you can sort them and you can prioritize different things if you'd like to, particularly when you get to this caliber. But what I'm happy with is the basics are covered. I've been able to go through each one of these and stick to build first, keeping the body in them, making them good looking, and keeping the power in them. And then, you know, we've had the opportunity to work through them and find the extras in each of these barrows too. And the four that are in here I'm proud of, and I think you guys as breeders behind them, or these exhibitors in particular, need to be proud of them as well. With that said, I think you can nitpick each one of them. I don't know that there's a perfect one out there. I think when you get right up on them, you may change a place or two, and you could say, yep, that's the one that I would tie to, and we can talk about what those are as we work through them. We've talked about totals, keeping them flexible, keeping them powerful and good looking throughout the day. The one that suits me the best for this division, young man coming at me over here as your champion. Congratulations.
Charles Davis is your champion for Division 1. Charles Davis is the Division 1 champion.
It's nice when the second place comes in and fits the mold just right along with all of them. I think as you go through them, as I've mentioned before, I think you can pick a lot of different ones and certainly justify them. And I get right down to it and study the skeletons of the barrows and how they're put together from their nose all the way to their tail, from top to bottom, and how they hit the ground. And this one in his day, as he gets a bit longer and he gets a bit more, I think he can rival your champion in terms of how he's put together. This young man with the one from the first class is your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion for Division 1 is Rylan Cowan. Rylan Cowan is your reserve champion for Division 1. Third is Kyla Cortez. Kyla Cortez is third. Next in the ring will be Class 5. Class 5 of the Crossbreds, next in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
Lots of depth here. And as we work through, particularly even the top 6, we worked more of them in this drive than we have in some others, and I think it's deservingly so. When we get in the top 3, I think, in this drive are awfully salty, and the barrow that we start with here, I think, is the quality, the totals, and the sums barrow here of the drive. But you compare him to either 2 or 3 in this one, he's clearly more flexible, and that's the things I like the most about him, especially in combination with all the power and with the skeleton that he has. He's not as extended up ahead of his blade as the barrow in second. It's probably not quite as heavy structured as the barrow in second, but he's better in his feet and legs, and he's particularly better in his forereb and lower center body in comparison to the barrow in second. This guy here is rugged. I think he's awfully stout. I love his shape down the upper third of his skeleton, but as I've alluded to, he's a bit more tentative on those rear 2. I'd like to open him up in his forerib just a little bit in comparison to that class winner. Here in third is a good barrow and gets a little plainer in his makeup as we compare him amongst these top 3, and as such, in the top third of his skeleton, not as much total shape and power. This one's a good kind. When you get off the side of him, in my view, he's opened up, he's flexible, he's good in his center, but as we've alluded to, just runs out of the extras with those basics that we find in those top 2. Here as we get next in line, awfully powerful and opened up, but now we get into some situations where they're not as good on their feet and legs. This one here, it needs to just take a little bit better step off of those rear 2. And the same thing like I've talked to this young lady here. Really good in terms of look and dimension. Compare him amongst these top 5, just not as much total hog there as we see in some of the others. Great set all the way through. Once again, if you would, let's give them a hand as they head back, please.
Results of class number 5. In 10th place, Tucker Trumbull. 9th place, Ryland Cowan. 8th went to Audrey Davis. 7th, Rhett Faulkner. 6th place, Brendan Brown. 5th, Briley Wade. 4th place, Harley Mabry. 3rd, Laney Watts. 2nd, Allie Bridges. And the winner of class 5 was Clay Dorman. Entering the ring is class 6 of the Crossbreds. Class 6. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would put your hands together for the exhibitors being released at this time. Thank you.
some give and take here as we work through the top three in this particular drive, and even as we talk about 4 through 6, there's a ton of quality as we work through them. There's not the perfect one in here, and you can nitpick either one of them and pick your favorite. My preference lies with what I think is the totals barrow in here, and this is the barrow here in the center of the ring, just in terms of total sheer dimension and shape of muscle. Watch this one in his engine all the way through the center part of his body and how he comes out from hooks to pins. There's the most hog here, I believe, and I think when you get him out in motion, he handles it extremely well, really heavy structured to go along with it. Barrow here in second is like a cube right through the center part of his body, and probably as impressive right through his forerib and how he's made in his center body as any of them that we, in this particular drive. He has a good, how he handles either end of his skeleton, just not as much total shape and dimension to him as you compare him to that barrow that we start the drive off with. Now you can argue here for third, you can take a little extra shape, little extra power when you get behind him, and I think a barrow that has a good look to him. When you get off the side of him here in third, you watch this one go, the longer he is, he's on those outside toes behind, and he's more tentative off of those rear two, and I'd like to fix that about him, and I think we could run him up in this particular drive. Here's we work through him, really good shape to him, maybe a bit better on his feet and legs than the barrow that we just talked about, but one that gets a little tighter right to the center part of his body, just wants to dry up a bit more as we get closer to the ground. This blue barrow, I talked to this young lady, is a really good kind, just a little plainer in his look. The longer he drives, just doesn't have as much total shape and dimension. Again, a good set. Once again, if you would, let's give them a hand as they head back, please.
Results of class number 6. In 10th place, Gaston Munson. 9th place went to Ella Burns. 8th, Emery Chamberlain. 7th place went to Blaze Davis. 6th to Trudy Baxter. 5th, Lily Willis. 4th place went to Livy Tannen. 3rd place went to Brenna Dreyer. 2nd went to Gentry Locke, and the winner of class number 6 is Reed Dorman. Next in the ring is class number 7 of the crosses. Class 7 of the crossbreds next in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would put your hands together for the exhibitors that are exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
fun class to work through for me. And I think the top three are all fairly competitive. And the longer you study them, especially amongst these top three, the more the blue barrel surfaces for me in terms of just how he's built to begin with, his flexibility and reach off of both ends of his skeleton. And then you watch this one come at you, how he's made in his chest and lower blade through the center part of his body. He hits the ground massive on either end of his skeleton, and he's got a good look to him. And like we've talked about, he has the build basics covered. I think a nice place to start this drive. I'm really appreciative of the kind of the barrow. In second, I think in his center body is where he's better and has an edge than the barrow that we just started the class with. This kind, like we've seen throughout the day, appeals to me just in terms of the basics, the flexibility, how he's made in his skeleton. He runs out of horsepower in relation to that barrow that we start with. Not quite as attractive when we get off the side of him, but again, a good one from a lot of regards. Barrow here in third. From his flank forward, I like a lot of things about him, and this young lady drove one in an earlier class, made very similar, really opened up, good center body, but a little tighter there in his ham loin, and you can see how he handles those rear two, just doesn't drive and use that skeleton like we'd like him to do. Similar story here with the barrow here that's next in line, more power than you can imagine. And this guy all the way through his skeleton, he's struggling a bit out of his front end, and you can see from behind, just wants to bow him, not quite as flexible as we need him to be as we work through him. Talk to this young lady in fifth and all the way through these. Really good set once again and really competitive there on the upper end. Let's give them a hand one more time as they head back, please.
Results of class number 7. 10th place, Isabel Cruikshank. 9th place, James Sessom. 8th place, Grant Owen. 7th, Anna Slagle. 6th went to Creedon Woods. 5th place was Peyton Foster. 4th, Colby Florence. 3rd, Trudy Baxter. 2nd, Graham Smith. And 1st, Alice Hawk. Entering the ring is class number 8. Class number 8 of the Crossbreds entering the ring. Upon completion of this class, we will have the champion drive of Division 2. Champion drive of Division 2 upon completion of this class. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring at this time.
I bet as we work through the top 3 or 4 in this class, I bet we get down even farther down the lineup. And there's some people that think that we need to change the ranking up, and I can certainly justify some switches here and there. And it's just how tight it is here on the upper end. And frankly, as we get through the end of them, we work through the top 2 in particular. This barrow here that's in the center of the ring, in terms of totals of what we've talked about throughout the day, puts some really good pieces together. Not only is he awfully flexible, he's genuine and he's true. What you see in the top third of his skeleton, he hits the ground the same way. He's awesome right to the center part of his body. And I think in relation to some, he has a little extra look and a little extra class up to the front end of his skeleton. I think, like we talked about, really good in terms of putting the pieces together in the totals. The fuzzy barrow that's in second, I think in terms of, you want to easily say that this one, his head, his foot, and his bone, forearm, is a bit more rugged than the one we just talked about, and I won't argue with any of that. You get past the fuzz and you look down into him, he's not as secure on those rear 2. Get up close, there's some swelling in his joints, and when you get him out in motion, I don't read him quite as free and flexible and genuine there as what we find in that class winner. We get down into the third place barrow. This one here gets just a little tighter, a little more piecey as the longer he drives out here, but a ton of muscle, ton of shape. This is one that hits you really easy up front, just in terms of the original shape that he has all the way through his skeleton. We talked about balances and eye appeal is where we'd change him in relation to those top 2. Get into 4, this guy just doesn't have as much horsepower as what we see in those top 3, but awfully good in flexibility off of either end of his skeleton. Big-footed, heavy-structured, good-looking. But as we get and compare him amongst what I think is an awfully competitive group, not as open all the way through from end to end as what we find in some. Really nice set all the way through as we work through this division. Let's give him a round of applause one more time, if you would, please.
Results of class number 8. In 10th place, Zach Wetter. 9th place, Johnny Ann McDonald. 8th place, Cheyenne Van Brunt. 7th place went to Allison Plum. 6th place, Kobe Walker. 5th place, Keenan Mingus. 4th, Mason Albus. 3rd, William Hagan. 2nd goes to Madeline Rawls, and the winner of Class 8 was Jackson Hodson. Next in the ring is the champion drive for Division 2. Champion drive for Division 2 next in the ring.
as we work through your middle division here of your Crossbred show, and it's my compliments to the people behind these, obviously the exhibitors here, and I think we have 4 here that represent each one of those classes that does just what we wanted them to do. And we get into the champion drive, and I'm proud of what we've pulled together here. And I would ask that you guys put your hands together, congratulate these 4, and even the 4 that are still in the ring or in the pens behind them. I think this is an awfully good set. And it's like we've seen in some of the other divisions, you can change your ranking. You can justify some different things here. You've hired one guy to come in and give his one opinion, and that's what it is. We've tried to stick to the fundamentals all the way through the day, and we're going to continue that as we conclude your work through your last division of your Crossbreds. The champion in this particular division was easier than the last division, in my opinion. I think he does it fairly easily, in my opinion, when you get him out here. And we've talked about the basics of just how they're built, keeping them open in their center part of their body, but making sure that they have the right power and balance together. This guy's totals and the extras that he brings together. Please join me in congratulating the Blue Barrow. He's your champion. Congratulations.
Champion, your Division II champion is Alice Hawk. Alice Hawk is your Division II champion.
As I've alluded to, this is a bit closer decision. When we talk about our reserve champion, we'll congratulate your reserve, and then, of course, like we did in our first division, and go through and pick our top 5. But your reserve, I think, fits in this spot. We talked about how basic he is in class and how he represents the fundamentals so well. You can probably stick to fads and say he's not heavy enough bone. You may say he doesn't have enough fuzz on him, but this one, I think, puts together some pieces really well and brings together some extra look and balance. This young man right in front of me from our last class as your reserve. Congratulations.
Your Division II reserve champion goes to Jackson Hodson. Jackson Hodson is your reserve champion, Division II. Now we will go through 5th place. Next in the ring is Class 9 of the Crossbreds. Class 9 of the Crossbreds next in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors left in the ring. They will be excused at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your applause. These guys deserve it, and especially these top three as we drove them. We drove them a little longer than what we have in some of the other classes, and I personally think it's justified. I think they deserve it. I think the three that we have here on the upper end, and frankly, we can talk about all the way through 7 in this class that are good. I talked to the young man in 5th, and I said, congratulations, this is without doubt the best 5th place hog that we've seen all day, and we're going to talk about our top 3 in particular here. And what I like about these two is that are out here in the ring is they're built very similar. They're kind is what I'm looking for. They've what we've been trying to get to in each one of the drives. They've got the basics put together, and there are very subtle differences between the two of them. I think the young lady's barrow that's coming at you, you watch this barrow in his engine, how he's made right through the center part of his body and how it translates to the ground is his advantage. I think he's just a little rawer and cleaner and more genuine up high. And when you get him out in motion and you look at how much power and muscle that barrow has, I believe he's the most flexible of the top 3. Here we get into second. This guy's got a great look, and he has probably not as good up through how he ties into the top of his blade as what we see in that class winner. Like I've alluded to, probably not as much total muscle, but I love this guy's kind. I like how he's put together, the look, the build, and so forth. Congratulations to both of those. I think an awesome top pair. That's not to take anything away from your barrow, young lady. I think in terms of boldness, this one hits me as hard as any of them coming out of the pens, just in terms of the sheer shape and dimension that he has. We can't get away from the fact the longer the barrow drives, he is the tightest off of either end of his skeleton. I think how he's made up through his front end, he starts to fall apart a bit more in relation to those top 3. Same thing we get into 4 here. This guy, you study his hind leg and how he hits. He bows him out a little bit. He's not as secure at the ground. He's still, in terms of reach, is fine, but just when he comes at you, he's not put together quite as well, as bold and open through his engine as what you see in some of those others, but an awfully good one there as well. Again, we've talked to each one of these individuals. Thank you for congratulating these. This is an awfully good class all the way through. Let's congratulate them one more time as they head back, if you would.
Results of class number 9. In 10th place, Cruz Knopp. 9th place went to Adeline Pugh. 8th, Brendan Brown. 7th place went to Brecken Sheets. 6th place, Colton Hermes. 5th place, Graydon Warren. 4th place, Carlina Tannen. 3rd went to Aubrey Garner. 2nd to Cooper Lemons. And the winner of class number 9, Brinley Coriel. Entering the ring is class number 10. Class 10 entering the ring at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors being exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
competitive set again all the way through these. And we worked through 5 of them, I believe, in this case, and I think each one of them are fairly stout. We narrowed it down to a top 3, and from that top 3, I believe in this case we do have a solid winner. And young man's barrow here, over here closest to me, I think combines what we're going to talk about in 2 and 3 in particular, but just in terms of totals, this one's built right. He's opened up. There's a ton of muscle in him, and I think he brings it along with flexibility and some look, and I think just one that we can start with and feel fairly confident in this particular case. 2 and 3 are closer, and I think you can justify switching these if you'd like to. We elected in this case to go here with this one, and I think the flexibility and reach off of either end of his skeleton is his primary advantage. He's got a great look to him. You compare him to that barrow that starts the class just a little tighter right through the center part of his body. Study the lower third of his skeleton. There's just not as much pig there as what you find in that class winner. Barrow in third is awfully powerful, but I read him awfully powerful and a little piecey. I don't think he connects into the top of his blade quite as well. I think he's a little rounder in his hip design. You watch him when you get him out in motion. He's not as fluid as what we find in those top 2, and that's what sorts him into 3. Good build here in 4, just not as much total pig in him as what we find in the top 3, but a basic, solid kind, I believe, as we go through them. Talk to the rest of them as we work through it, as we work through your Crossbred show. Once again, a really good class and awfully good on the upper end. Let's give him a hand one more time, please.
Results of class number 10. In 10th place, Ellie Mae Wilk. 9th place, Waverly Millard. 8th went to Brinley O'Brien. 7th, Piper Bullock. 6th place went to Brenna Dreyer. 5th, Sydney Bertolino. 4th place, William Hagan. 3rd place went to Ellie Davis. 2nd to Brigham Bunt. And the winner of class number 10 was Cade Backman. Entering the ring is class number 11. Class number 11 entering the ring.
interesting to say the least here, the class that we work through it. And it depends on where you add the totals up. I don't think any one of the top three here are perfect, and I think there you could nitpick each one of them. But I know that the barrow that we start with, if you study this guy and just ruggedness and openness to his skeleton, this guy's a beast when he comes at you, and how he's made through his center body and the upper third of his skeleton. It's a good reach to him when you get him in motion, and for as much power and dimension he has, you watch him from behind. This place where I'd like to fix him, I'd like to make him a little bit more secure in that hawk and how he hits the ground. That's nitpicking, an awfully good one, and I think one that brings a lot of extras to the table here as we work through him. Barrow here in second, maybe a bit more shape, right? When you get behind him and you study him there, but when you get right to the center part of his body, he is flatter right to the center part of his rib and isn't as good right there in his full rib or his openness to the base of his skeleton. If you want to switch 2 and 3 based upon just what I said, the center body shape, you certainly can do this. This guy gets a little frailer in his features, just a little plainer in his design as we compare him to those top two, but we're holding him against a pretty high standard here amongst these top three. I think put together a really, really good picture. Here in fourth, I think a barrow that just needs a better hind leg in him to run with those top three, but when in terms of muscle and look and just sheer balance from the side can certainly run with him. And as we work through them all the way through these, a little bit plainer barrow that's really rugged in his design comes out in in fifth. He just gets, like I said, just a little plainer in how he looks amongst these top end, but an awfully good set as we work through them. Do me a favor, one last time again, let's give them a round of applause as they head back, please.
Results of class number 11. In ninth place, Jaden Yoakum. Eighth went to Dally K. Durst. Seventh, Kate McLemore. Sixth, Lizzie Mabry. Fifth, Mackenzie Rigney. Fourth place, Ellie Davis. Third went to Hailey Hunter. Second, Brigham Bunt. And the winner of class 11 was Brady Watts. Next in is class number 12. Upon completion of this class, we will have the champion tribe for Division 3. Upon completion of champion drive for Division 3, champion reserve of Division 1, 2, and 3 will come in for champion crossbred.
believe, our final class of the day. And a good pair of them here on the upper end that we'll work through. And frankly, as we work through them, I think the top two surface themselves pretty easily from there. And then you can justify some different things as we work through the rest of the top five. But the barrow that we start with, this belted barrow, is as square built and stout and flexible as any of them in this particular class. I mean, he's got a lot of fuzz on him, and so you get close to him, and it's tough to see just exactly how much shape he has. But this one's bold all the way through his skeleton, heavy structured, and what I like the best about him is he can go for a long time. He's just really loose and flexible off of both ends of his skeleton. This barrow here in second, the blue barrow, if we could just give him just a little bit more expansion right to the center part of his body, blend his top line just a bit better, I think he'd represent as much totals as what we find in that class winner. But those are the places where I'd like to tweak him just a bit to make him a little bit more competitive, particularly in relation to that class winner. Here in three is a really attractive barrow from the side that gets a bit drier right to the center part of his body. Lots of muscle, like we've alluded to. Lots of look in this one and flexible, but just needs to open him up right there through the center part of his body for me to make him more competitive on the upper end. Here's one that gets a bit more tentative off of his rear too. If we could fix that, I think we could run him a bit higher, but on top of that, you get right on top of him, there's not as much skeletal power in this guy as what we find particularly in those top two in this draft. I'll talk to them all the way through the rest of them. Again, the final class of the day, we'll work through the division and work towards your champion crossbred. But as we do that, let's give them a round of applause one more time as they head back, please.
Results of class number 12. In ninth place, Rowdy Gray. Eighth went to Kimber Hall. Seventh, Leighton Hopkins. Sixth place, Reese Sr. Fifth, Madison Lapp. Fourth, Kinley Crone. Third place went to Hannah Davis. Second went to Lauren Tadman. And the winner was Allie Bridges. Next in the ring is the champion drive of Division 3. Champion drive of Division 3.
just like the other two crossbred divisions that we've worked through. This one's been just as fun, and we get to the upper end of them. You see why. There's got 4 barrows in here that I think compete awfully well, really, really competitive, and put a lot of good pieces together. And like we've done in some of our other divisions, I would ask folks, if you would, put your hands together and congratulate these 4. I think we put together some really interesting specimens, some barrows I think have really good pieces. I think you can justify a lot of things in each one of these barrows. I think each one of them have different pieces to the puzzle. Perhaps there's a couple of them. If I could change just 1 or 2 minor things in each one of them, we'd have exactly the barrow we need, but that's part of the game. When you get into the top 2, and what we'll find in our top 2 here as we work through them is it's awfully competitive, but the one that puts the most totals together, same thing we've been talking about. I know it sounds like a broken record, but flexibility, boldness to their skeleton, keeping them right in terms of their look, and those kinds of things. I think there's a totals barrow that fits me the best. Young man right here has your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion for Division 3 is Cade Backman. Cade Backman is the champion for Division 3.
Second place from that class actually comes in and fits in really good. And you look at him in comparison to some of the others and just what the extra pieces he brings to the table. Interesting thing, and I think when we get right down to it, we've already made the toughest decision between the 2 reserve champions right here. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion for Division 3 is Brigham Bunt. Brinley Coriel is 3rd for Division 3. Fourth in Division 3 is Brady Watts. And 5th is Allie Bridges. 5th in Division 3 is Allie Bridges. Okay, now champion in reserve Division 1, champion reserve Division 2, champion reserve Division 3 come back in for champion crossbred. Champion Division 1, Mr. Charles Davis. Champion Division 2, Alice Hawk. And Champion Division 3, Cade Backman. While we have a minute, folks, if you would, give your appreciation to Dr. Clint Schwab, who's been with us all day long. He'll be over there for the grand drive, but he worked really hard to get through this great group of animals. Let's give him our thanks. Thanks for being here, Clint.
First of all, I have to say it's been an honor and it's been fun, and I've enjoyed the privilege of working through each of our classes today. And in fact, I think it's exceeded my expectations. We came through, and as many of you guys know, it's been several years since I've come through this particular ring and judged this one. But I'll tell you, as we work through them, the fundamentals have been exactly the same. That what I can remember from when it was judged in 2009 or 10, obviously the pigs have changed dramatically, but my compliments to all the people that are behind the scenes and what they put together in each one of these. I think the show has been awfully good. Now, we have 3 of them in the ring, and there's been a lot deeper set all the way through this as we've worked through it, and it's been a lot more than just these 3 that are in the ring. And I'd ask you to start off with, let's just give all 3 of these a round of applause, but they're contemporaries that didn't make it to this point. I think it's been awfully close decisions along the way in several different spots. We get to these 3, and honestly, we're going to talk about a champion in reserve here in this particular case that I think is awfully close, but we've been able to stick to a lot of the things that I wanted to as we started the day, and start with making sure that the build of these hogs is right, that we can keep the fundamentals in place, but then add the extras, right? The body shape, the muscularity in them, and keep them looking like a show hog. And my compliments to all of you. We could have made some decisions along the way and ended up with a champion drive and still said the same thing. We've got some time before our champion drive, of course, as we go through it, but the show has ran smooth throughout the day, and you guys know that there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that we don't see to make these shows work and make it for each one of these exhibitors to have the kind of experience that they've had here. And I would ask you to do me a favor, very well deserved, and thank everybody behind the scenes that you guys may not even see to be able to put this together. It's ran smooth. My compliments for sure, but if you'd put your hands together and appreciate them, I think they certainly deserve it. We'll talk about this perhaps a bit more as we get into the evening on some of the champion drive stuff, but many of you guys that know me know that I don't work directly in this industry every day. I work for a genetics company where the fundamentals and the things we prioritize are all still very, very important, but where this program hits me the most is the kind of people it develops and so forth. And so I'm appreciative to be part of this, and I've watched this throughout the day. The exhibitors have been respectful. They come through here, they've got these pigs presented extremely well. I can be blamed, obviously, at this stage that I'm probably out of the loop on some of the new trends and fads in some of these, and you know, you work through them, and it's like the hair, for example, as we go through it. I don't personally need it myself, but it makes, when we get out in here, I think the hogs have been presented extremely well, and I'd ask you just to keep in mind as we go forward that don't forget that these bears that we come through here with all this extra power and dimension, that they have sisters at home that still have to function as well. I'm proud of the fact that we've kept the basics in place. I'm going to be brief and quiet as we get through. The champion barrow here is one that I didn't anticipate to find in the Crossbred drive. I think the basics that he puts together on top of the extras. I like the unique ones as much as everyone. I just like it especially well when you don't have to give up the basics to do it. The blue barrow is your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion Crossbred comes out of Division 2, and that's Alice Hawk. Alice Hawk. Reserve behind Alice was Jackson Hodson, so he'll come in for this opportunity as the selection of the reserve champion, Crossbred.
Again, thank you for the opportunity, and I know not everybody will be able to make it this evening, but I appreciate everybody's support as we go through this, and especially the ability to run through a show that's been this smooth. And it makes my job a heck of a lot easier when it does, and so my compliments to everybody. We get in for your reserve champion. I studied these two barrows tight against each other, and you can justify a switch if you'd like. There's different pieces about each one of them that you can focus on. When I was studying them for champion and reserve, I was looking at those heavier two divisions. This barrow from the last division will be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion comes out of Division 3, and that is Cade Backman. Cade Backman is your reserve champion.